You just want to watch me supper. How you doing, Gammy? Good morning. Oh, man. Arg. I'm in PTU, and I don't even want to be in PTU. I want to be on live, but, you know, live is the same old, same old, same old, so. Well, I mean, I want the game to succeed, too, obviously. So, I mean, I get it. We'll see. There's supposed to be some improvements in PTU, right? We'll see what's what. Let's see. No, you know what? Let's do this. The P8AR and P4. Of course, I'm not going to have any attachments on her because everything's been reset. And of course, they've changed it now so you can't have a sidearm and a med gun, which is really going to suck. I can't get behind that shit at all. Yeah. This tweaks me off because the reason that they're doing it is the conflict between the medical gun and the sidearm, or the medical gun and the multi-tool. And if they just bind the key binds to the attachment slot, one for right hip, one for left hip, one for your consumables, one for your knife slot, whatever they want to call that, one for your primary, one for your secondary, and then people could equip what they want. Right now, for me to carry a sidearm and a medical gun, I essentially have to carry a multi-tool with a medical attachment on it. And the last time that I tried to use those, they didn't work at all. So, par for the course, I guess. But it, I mean, it just, they have to stop overthinking it, right? If I hit one, I want my primary weapon. I don't want it to toggle to my secondary weapon, right? Or secondary slot. Worse, if you've got a primary weapon and a max lift, right? Then you can hit one and cycle between the weapon and the max lift. Or you can hit F5 and cycle between the max lift and your multi-tool, right? It's like, I don't want that. I want to know what I'm going to get when I push the button, no matter what the circumstances are. But they're always overthinking it, and they're always missing the mark. And I should stop talking about it, because this is exactly why I haven't been logged in weeks. Because the UE team is missing the mark. And it's really a crying shame that the UIX is the most difficult part of Star Citizen. That just should not be the case. Just gonna catch my rest of my attachments and shit at Seraphim. Nope, that's the elevator. We didn't go far enough around the corner. I just don't understand why. You know what? We're gonna go to the ship parts store, Cousin Crows. I don't understand why it's such a mess, right? It's like iteration after iteration after iteration after iteration. They've turned it into a complete disaster across the board.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Still a beautiful game, you know. It isn't the environment that's the problem. The art team seems to be on point by and large, although I do have issues with the UE art. Look at them NPCs. Jerk, 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 jerk. Fantastic. It's PTU, right? We got all the extra logging. That's all the excuse we need. All right, let's see. I'm going to kit out my Guardian. Since I did a fresh copy, I won't have any of my previous components.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
So, I mean, the NPCs move fine when you're close to them. It's just you see them in the background there, you know, a little bit further away. It's stutter, 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 stutter. Which isn't as big a deal in this city as it is when you're at a bunker trying to shoot somebody from 200 meters out. That's way too close for them to be in the herky-jerk.
How are you getting by?
All right, let's see.
Some things just boggle the mind.
I don't think I can get the shields here, right?
Hi. Let me know if there's any.
I gotta get those at Hex.
What's been going on with you?
Grab a couple of those.
I found a service that tracks commercial ships in and out of spaceports. It's hypnotic as hell to watch. Been using it to help fall asleep.
No? Alright, tell you what, let's do this.
You can't control that. You've just gotta look.
Cart's empty. Urkel's gotta do its thing.
Reminder that it's company policy that all workers must do a full equipment check at the start of their shift.
Oh, I gotta go to Babbage for the Goldarians. Anyway. Seraphim for the Rattlers. Hex. And I gotta go to Port Tressler for the Ice Dive. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I really don't like the way they scattered everything all around the frickin' solar systems. If the game was in a better place, it wouldn't bother me so much, but it's just not. All this time for logistics is just kind of irritating. Well, we gotta call the ship before we can equip anything anyway.
After the JL Dex incident, we asked that everyone continue to double check and verify the contents of all contained. Your help is appreciated.
Nice hard stutter. Has that always been there? I don't know that I've ever noticed the construction of the Hercules in the background there. It's kind of cool. No, I kind of feel like this whole area has been redone. seems different. Yeah, I don't think that used to be a big window there. This is going to go to the spaceport. Perfect.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Yeah, I mean, I am definitely a fan of the art style, right? It's exactly what I want, right? It's realistic enough. It feels credible. I don't want the ray gun sci-fi. Otherwise, I'd play No Man's Sky, which is gameplay-wise has got a lot of really great content. It's just meh. Art style is not really hitting it for me. Elite Dangerous is okay. It's a little video gamey, particularly all the cockpit stuff, which is, of course, the bulk of the gameplay there. But if it had walkable ships, right? If you could actually, you know, do the multi-crew and do the same kind of stuff that you can do in Star Citizen in Elite, I'd probably spend time in Elite. But Elite, the dev team just doesn't seem to think that's important. It's never going to be a focus for them, so it's never going to be the game that I want it to be. So, still, all we really have is Star Citizen, and there's still massive potential, but just don't know, man. We keep missing the mark
Enjoying the view?
on so many things.
Crusader Industries shuttlecraft. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Yeah, now I didn't play Starfield. You know, I was kind of interested, and as a single player and all of that, it looked interesting. I'm sure that I could have spent a lot of hours in it, right? Except I really wasn't willing to invest time in a new game, single player or otherwise. But just don't know, man. I feel like this last year there's been some odd changes in direction. He was doing it again, and then he stopped with the herky jerk. Some odd changes in direction with the project with Star Citizen that just kind of rubbing me the wrong way. So I just don't know, even if they have a release candidate worthy game at some point 10 years from now, because it's no way it's happening anytime soon, that it's even going to be for me anymore, because it's evolved to a point where it's really turning into something that is not at all what it was originally supposed to be. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because to be honest, if Star Citizen had launched the Persistent Universe, if it had launched with what the Kickstarter, I can't talk. Kickstarter was said it was going to be in 2018, say, probably it by and large would have run out of gas by now, right? It would still be being played, but there definitely wouldn't be any, there wouldn't be growth. It would just be like Elite, right? It would be a game that people enjoy and they'd play it for what it is, and they'd enjoy that aspect of it. It wouldn't have grown to the level of potential that Star Citizen has now. However, unfulfilled potential is not really all that important, right? Well, what are we actually going to get is what it boils down to, and I still have my concerns.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I mean, we were going to have limited landing areas. We were going to have 100 solar systems, but there probably would have only been, 24 POIs in every solar system, and some of them would have been nearly empty, and it mostly would have been, space combat with the odd ground combat mission, and then, of course, there would have been the mining and the hauling, and all of that would have been fine as a game. Yeah, it would have been more like Starfield, but without loading screens. Right? Mostly generative content, which in some ways, given where we're at with AI now, if Star Citizen had become that game, as I thump my microphone, it would have been kind of interesting to see what happened now, because as a game that was largely going to be procedurally generated, this wave of AI creative tools might have been a way to extend life to the project. Now, I don't know. Now, it's kind of different. It's more of a handcrafted experience, despite the generative tools, the procedural tools that they have. And it's supposed to be deeper. It isn't yet, right? I mean, the promise of Star Citizen compared to, Eve, as an example, which has millions of stars or whatever, right? It was supposed to be a depth of content, but we don't have that depth now. We got the distribution centers that were supposed to be the replacements for the bunkers that were going to have an hour of content. Once you went down there, there was going to be all these missions and multiple levels and ooh, ah. And what do we have? We have, the same 3 missions at every distribution center, which is a copy paste of every other distribution center. There's 2 different skins. There's the rundown / criminal area skin, and then there's the polished, clean skin, and they're the same thing as bunkers. It's still a freaking puddle. So, the potential's there. But when are we going to see that potential come to fruition? I just don't know. Where are you at? All right. Systems. What did I buy? Power plants? Yeah, I want to explore too, right? And that's one of those things where I question priorities, right? I get that combat is the flash in the pan that gets everybody's eyes. It's like, yes, come watch the shoot the explosions. Come play Star Citizen. I get it. I do. From a marketing standpoint, I do. But from a game dev standpoint, scanning should have been a foundation system that should be 90% complete now, right? It should have been essential, because it is something that will be relevant to every single level of gameplay. And instead, we're still waiting on some kind of improved scanning system, because what we have is only mildly better. I wouldn't even call it tier 1. I would call it tier 0.5, right? It's better than the tier 0 that we had, but only by a smidge. So I don't know when we're going to get anything meaningful. And then even when we come back to the combat focus, we still don't have engineering in play, even though it was supposed to be dropped in 4.0. So we don't have engineering. We don't have Maelstrom. We don't have armor. We don't have the way ships are supposed to progress from pristine to damaged, thanks to not having Maelstrom still. So we're still missing any real sense of how combat is going to come to its final form. So what do we have? Placeholder systems. And therein lies the real problem with Star Citizen. Strip all this shit off because we don't want any of that. But yeah, scanning should have been fundamental, man. It just should have been. They should have had a broad sense of scanning. We need to be able to decide, okay, what are players going to be able to see when they ping the solar system, right? That should have been the starting point. What can we see? And, that would have included the planets, probably, and the moons, and maybe the asteroid belts, right? And then we need to go from there and narrow it down. Okay, what kind of details do we get to see right in the immediate vicinity, which is the only thing we have now. And then there's this vast swath of scanning that you want in between so that you can do long distance scanning to see, okay, well, where are my mineral deposits? Where are my gas deposits, etc. Right? And then I'm going to go to that area and I'm going to scan. I'm going to get deeper. I'm like, all right, what kind of composition is in these gas clouds? Right? And then I narrow it down. I narrow it down to what kind of rocks are in this area. Okay, well, this is where I want to go. I don't want to be over here at the other side of the solar system. I want to be over here. Where's the deposits I'm looking for? Okay, this area has more than that area over there, so we're going to go here. Right? And you whittle it down all the way in until you're scanning debris fields for your salvage, or you're scanning asteroid belts for the kinds of mining that you want to do, so that you can settle in and do the work. Because we still have this ping and pray nonsense with the mining is just so, I hate it. I don't want to fly around a moon or a planet or an asteroid. Bear in mind that some people enjoy that gameplay, and that's fine. Right, I can see the appeal if I'm just going to chill on a planet and fly, but I don't want to just fly at random and ping and hope that I see something that's interesting to me. At least as part of the 0.5 upgrade to tier 0.5, we now know that there are specific signal strengths, frequencies, whatever you want to call them, whatever is particular kinds of echoes that people have figured out. That means that it's that kind of rock over there, and now we know that kind of rock has these kinds of deposits. So it's improved, but it's still ping and pray. You fly along the asteroid, or you fly the belt or the planet, and you go, okay, I'm looking for a signal strength of 5,900 or whatever the hell it is, so that I know that it's, copper or whatever the hell it is you're looking for. Ping and pray. Fuck that. I want to scan a large area and know that here on this part of the moon, yeah, there's a lot of copper in this area. So I'm going to go down there and I'm going to look for a densest pocket as I can so I can fill my ship up and then go and refine it. And there's all the other things that would be useful there. What kind of system-wide scans show that there's a hotspot over here? There's combat over here. There's energy. The words I'm looking for are running out of my head. Right? There's energy showing up there. That's yep. There's a word there that I want to use, and it's just gone. It's like, so you can see there's a hotspot. Well, I'm going to go check it out and see what's out there. Maybe I don't want to get involved in the fight, but if there's going to be wreckage to salvage afterwards, if there's going to be components to strip, if there's going to be fat loot left in the ships, that's interesting to me. I need to know that. And that would be the kind of thing that would generate the kind of player intersection, that CIG seems to want now, right? At SPK, at the orbital platforms, at the drill sites, at the executive hangars. You know what I mean? That seems to be one of their focuses, is we want to create these situations where players run into each other and kill each other. That seems to be the only thing CIG's interested in right now, is killing each other. But you know what I mean? If I could tell, in my scanning ship, there's a hotspot over here. There's a bunch of energy emissions. That's the word I was looking for. A bunch of energy emissions over there that are normal. We're going to go over there and check it out. We'd be able to tell at range there's something going on there. So that comes right back to scanning. Should have been fucking fundamental in a game this scope. Because when you're talking about whole solar systems of space, I mean, you kind of need to be able to whittle that down. All right. We didn't put the skin on. Can't do our ship without putting the paint on it. There it is. All right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, signature, emissions, all of those are the words I was trying to use and just could not find them. Could not find them. So it really should have been, very high on the priority list. Absolutely.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
And then, you know, we had all this content that we used to be able to do, all these missions, right? All of the Reclaimer missions, they're all gone. All 3 of the variants that they created, those are gone. I'd like to believe that at some point we're going to get a rework on the Reclaimers so that it's not an ancient freaking FPS map. But those missions, at least they had multiple steps, right? You had to go to a location, you had to overcome an objective, an obstacle rather, whether it was find the body with the key card on it in the one in our core, or defeat security in the I think that was the Black Kite mission, or was that, those were actually Nine Tails? I'm trying to remember. I think the Black Kite mission had security in it. They had already taken the ship. And we needed to get security out of the way so that we could download the information for Rudo or whoever. And then in the other one was you had to overcome the pirates and recover the body parts. Whatever it was supposed to be in October Rising. I might be mixing the objectives up there, but you know, so there was the objective, or rather the obstacle, and then there was the objective: download the data, grab the box. And in the Arcor one, once you had the data chip, you had to travel to Arc L2 or whatever and transmit that data to complete the mission. So there was multiple steps. It wasn't just go here and kill 10 guys, wait for the boss and then murder him, right? Or go here and kill this one ship. I mean, I feel like we fell off the wagon towards making real progress towards interesting missions, and that includes, I forgot to put my helmet on, that included the prison escape mission, which is still one of the most comprehensive missions in the game, where there was actually stuff to do that made sense. You had to think just a little bit. Everything about that mission was great, and of course Jerry that designed that mission, he's gone now. But it's another mission that's just, it's off the books right now. Some of that stuff's supposed to be coming back, is what Elliot has said. You know, some of those missions are going to get revamped and come back. But in the meantime, we've got less and less to do despite them adding new stuff to the game. And they keep adding new content, and it's the same old too. It's combat content. And if we're talking about the highlighted content, it is competitive / PvP content. Despite the fact that this last month was supposed to be the month for mining. For mining. Except the only mining they seemed interested in adding to was salt mining, right? It's not like they added a bunch of new missions for miners. They didn't add, I mean, they added a new ship, right? We got the Golem and we got the stutter, and the Geo. Didn't really give any new places to use that stuff. mean, God forbid Wakella want, you know, a bunch of X or gas for whatever, so that you could get rewards that way. No. You got to go kill and murder Porcopians. Answers everything to kill it. I mean, it does seem to be, which is disappointing, right? I might want to put my gear down. Wait a minute. Yeah, there it is. All right. What did I need from Seraphim? T missiles. I'm all for combat, don't get me wrong. I enjoy combat, you guys know that. But if the verse doesn't have reasons for people to go do stuff that's not combat,
Welcome to the
then there isn't any
Exotic
reason
System.
for combat. Right? I mean, you know, if you want pirates, you have to have a tasty morsels that the pirates want. And, you know, we're not providing incentive for that to be a thing. Because, I mean, even if you consider hauling missions, right, which are probably still the most profitable thing in the game to do when it comes to investment of time, the cargo that they're hauling that's mission specific is worthless. Yes, that is actually a really good comparison to make too, right? Because Red Dead 2 is an open world game where you just kind of do what you want to do. And yes, there's a narrative that you can play, right? In RDR2, really good comparison, strong comparison. They knew what they wanted to do and they provided an architecture to do it. Praise Pico. They fixed this at least. So the screen does finally update again.
Status, just by being here, you're already taking
Yeah.
an important step
Yeah. To be honest, RDR2 is one of those Red Dead Online, at least, right? Is one of those that I probably would have spent more time in if Rockstar had not been so laissez-faire about hackers and cheaters, right? I cannot get behind the notion of trying to play an open world online game like that where I know that some people are going to be riding around murdering people, because I only put a couple hours in the game online, and even in that couple of hours I ran into somebody who was cheating, and I don't remember exactly what he was doing at the time, but it was just like I couldn't, right? But yeah, great story, great environment. It was very immersive. It felt exactly the way that it should have felt. There was variation in the environment as far as, you know, you went from desert to swamp to forest. It was good. Great game. I'm sure. GTA is not one that I'm super interested in, but for development reasons, you know, I would definitely want to see it pop off and push the marketplace. How you doing, Glitch? Good morning. And, you know, Sea of Thieves is another one you could easily compare to Star Citizen, which is much narrower in scope, of course. Right? But another one that's really good at what it's doing. I mean, you know, the repairing ships, the combat, the objectives, all of that, right? It's just, it knew what it wanted to do, and that's part of the problem with Star Citizen is CIG still doesn't really know what they want to do, or maybe they do know what they want to do now, but they have not figured out how to do it yet. Okay, I think we grabbed all of that. We got to hit the Galleria. Yeah, I'm sure that you dream of Red Dead 3. Yeah, I'm disappointed that there wasn't more focus on RDR2, given how well it's done and how well GTA did, right? Very popular online. And RDR2 could have been just as popular. And in its way, it is, but it's kind of disappointing that they didn't work harder at it. Stalker, is that the one I'm thinking of? Because I'm pretty sure that's one that I actually need to play. I'm pulling up Steam because I'm pretty sure that's one that's in my library that somebody gifted me, and I haven't played it. Where are you at, Steam? What happened? Here it is. Yeah. Although I don't see Chernobyl, I have... Oh, yeah. Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat. Right? Somebody gifted me codes for those, so I've got them. I haven't played them. And at some point, I know that that's one of those that I really do need to give a fair shake. You know what I was really glad to see is the Oblivion thing, right? The Oblivion remaster. They did more than I thought they were going to do, which I didn't play Oblivion, so don't get me wrong. I mean, I know about the game and all of that, but that they redid it was actually really exciting to see. Less so for me were the Final Fantasy remakes or whatever, but I want to see some remasters of some of these games that did it right. Because I can't play, like I couldn't go try and play KOTOR, right? I tried because I never played it when it was new. Life happened and it just wasn't one that I ever did play. Although I think I played most other major Star Wars titles, right? They were talking about doing a KOTOR remaster and I was excited because I wanted to be able to play through that whole story with Revan and all of that. But with new art. And it fell apart. It didn't happen. But I do want to see more of that kind of thing happen. Yeah. I haven't done Half-Life 2. I played a fuck ton of old school Half-Life. And, you know, that takes me back to, was it Call of Duty? Which one was it that got started that was a mod? I feel like it was definitely one of those titles that was a mod and somebody turned it into a full-fledged project. Steam is Counter-Strike. Thank you. I couldn't think of which one it was, right? It was a fucking mod and Valve wound up buying it and it became a full-on game. So that kind of stuff is cool to see too. But I would love to see some of these old solid games that did it right get a refresh, even if all they did was new art, right? They don't even necessarily have to do anything else, just some new art. Polish up some rough edges, because there undoubtedly are some in almost every title ever. So that's all cool to see. Meanwhile, of course, we're here in a project that just can't seem to escape the rough edges. All right. P8. AR. Assault rifle. Yeah, and you know, this is this right here. This is the kind of shit that pisses me off about the UE in Star Citizen, right? Here I come into this fucking screen, and first of all, the Moir, which you guys may not be able to see depending on how you're watching the stream, but for me on 2K, it's there, it's prominent, it's on the screen. It's like, fuck you, CIG. Nobody needs that noise. Get rid of that goddamn noise. All it is headache inducing. It does not add anything to the game. We are 900 fucking years in the future, right? There is no reason for more to be part of this. There just isn't. It doesn't add anything to the game. It's production fucking nonsense that cannot be diminishing the load on the client. Stop it. It's a wasted effort. This is the kind of shit you have to stop worrying about. Just give me a clear screen, right? And I want to buy what? I'm just going to go buy P8AR ammo, right? I get ready to buy it, right? And whatever that herky jerk is, now what I want to do is I'm going to click over here, and I can just barely see it this time. Last time I couldn't see whether the cursor was in front of or behind the one, so that I can buy my 100 magazines. Right? This is the kind of shit they need to get right. It needs to be clear and concise, and it needs to just work. And for them to continue to fuck around with stupid shit like this Moir on this screen, rather than just making the UIX intuitive and useful and quick and snappy, enrages me. I think the artists that are being told do this are doing a great job. I think the people who are directing, that are making these decisions, are fucking clueless. This isn't something that is, it's going to be a moment on the screen somewhere that makes you believe in a movie. Yes, that's just like the monitor I work with today. That's not what this is. This is a video game object that people have to interact with on the regular, and it needs to just work. Here we are again. I'm clicking, and I think that I just barely saw the flashing line that shows it's behind the one, but I can't really see it well because of the Moir. Thankfully, it was where I needed it to be. It's just so fucking annoying. That is the kind of shit that they have to stop doing. It is not beneficial. Oh, no ones here? Fuck you. God damn it. All right. Okay. All right, we'll go check at the weapons store. I don't know if there's anything different there or not. There are bits of the UE that have improved, but there's bits of the UE that are still terrible, right? I mean, like, this is better. This is better than the old homepage, except, of course, it doesn't really work well. Although I will say I'm glad to see that the Guardian is actually the ship that's being displayed here, right? So this is better than it was. But this isn't, right? This is the same old garbage that we've had for 10 years or whenever they added the journal. This is still junk. Junk. Star map's an improvement, but it's so incomplete because everything's not mapped. In this right here, this is exactly the kind of thing. This is exactly the kind of over-engineering that the game doesn't need, right? It's like, ooh, let me look at the Moby glass. Ooh, look, we got all this bright stuff here. Ooh, yeah. Let me turn Moby glass off. Oh God, I can't hardly see because my eyes have to adjust. Yes, absolutely. That is the number one complaint that I have about the mission UIX, right? Not being able to filter your emissions is unforgivably short-sighted.
Hi, thanks for coming
It is disgusting that there's no filter. There's the mod 1. And we need arc light batteries.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Shut up.
Hi, welcome to the store.
Which one is talking to me? And why is the other one creeping right behind him?
Hi, welcome.
That's what I thought. So it's him. In the back is the one that's talking to me, not the unusual looking individual that's in front of him. What is this? This is the kind of thing that's like, what? On top of the fact, of course, that,
Hi, welcome to the store.
you know, we'll walk all around the station and hear this guy talking in our ear like we're standing right next to him the whole time that we're here. Which also drives me batshit. Let's see. We were actually here for the Rattlers. No, it is 16 in it. 416. And then we need our 442 missile racks. This is so bad. Just trying to figure out whether you got a rack or a missile slot thing is, you know, when you start equipping them, you're not going to go away for me, right? As soon as it starts getting mixed up, it's like it becomes this challenge because there's no color differentiation. There's no, you know what I mean? This UE is terrible too. It continues to be awful. I mean, to be honest, I shouldn't need to assign these missiles individually. They changed racks so you can only put one missile type on there. I should just be able to click Rattler and it should just populate it. Right? It's just dumb. It's dumb. And then this is criminally bad. We don't need to see this, CIG. I don't know what in the hell you guys think you're doing, but this is awful. This is the punishment for using Rattlers. To be honest, I forgot about it, or I probably wouldn't have bought them this time. Everything about it is just fucking painful. Well, the worst part about it is this has been fixed. It's been changed, right? It's been changed at least twice. It's been changed. It just hasn't gotten any better, right? And the answer, why is that? Because the developers that are making decisions do not play the game. That's the problem in a nutshell. They don't play the game. And any of them that say, oh, no, I play. No, you don't. You're a fucking liar, right? You may hop into Arena Commander, right? You may even hop into your internal test server. I'm even willing to believe that you occasionally log into live, but it is for a very specific purpose, or it is for 10 minutes. And in 10 minutes, you can do precisely not a goddamn thing in Star Citizen. So you are not playing the game. When you are logging in on the live servers and actually trying to complete missions and dealing with logistics and everything else, then I'll believe you're playing the game. And at that point, shit might get fixed. But you motherfuckers do not play. You don't know how bad it is because you don't even try.
Welcome to the ᚒᚗᚗkᚖᚗ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
Why do I have missiles in inventory? Obviously, I didn't get them all. Either that or maybe I can't math. All right. Now, clearly, we've screwed up on the missiles here, right? Yep. There's two missing. All right. Whatever. Would have been easy to see, you know, if we could just tell it, hey, fill this rack. I actually thought that it showed that I have none available. But clearly I got confused because, you know, I'm old and senile.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
All right, let's see. I didn't actually grab a combat knife, which is kind of a mistake, but you know, does this actually work? And do I need to? And then I assume I click the button like normal. So, I mean, at least that's nice, right? That's a right click to go to self-healing instead of having to hit B. I won't know that it actually works until I can use it, though. Because the last time I tried to use one of these medical tools, it just didn't work. It says it's loaded. Believe it when I see it, I guess. Yeah, I don't think so. However, when people complained on the thread about not being able to equip both the medical gun and a sidearm, Zach told us that we could just go ahead and use the medical attachment on the multi-tool instead, so that it wouldn't change anything for you. All right? So if Zach said we can do it, then it's got to work, right? Just like when John Crew told us that we could repair our ships back to fully functional on the pad, right, a year and a half ago. They never tell us the wrong information. They would never do that. they're all actually installed now. And why do they not know that that's not the case? Why? That's right, class. Because they don't play the motherfucking game.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah, that's it. Don't believe anything they say unless you can buy it on the pledge store. Of course, the pledge store is actually full of ship promises that remain unfulfilled, right? All right, where was my next stop? I need to go to Grimhex, I guess. Which is kind of a hazard. I'm wondering, do I go ahead and go to Grimhex first, or do I make the trek out to Microcheck first, where the ship guns actually are? Because I don't have any ship guns right now. So maybe we'll pop out to Microcheck first before we head to Grimhome. Right. To Tressler. The star map's behaving well so far. That is 100% on point, sir. You are not wrong. All of this potential in a bubble canopy, and I still can't look and see that the hangar's open. Good old Star Citizen. When do we get the new quantum effects, CIG? I'm tired of the cheesy particles, dudes. The ones sprinkling off the back don't bother me so much, but that idiotic cloud at the beginning, that is like really old school particle emitters from frickin' 20 years back, man. Come on, let that go. At least do better particles. I hate the X overlap. Because somebody really should have just increased the distance that the particles are generated from just a smidge so that they didn't overlap anymore. And then it wouldn't bother me quite so much. It's just, ugh. And they show us the new particle effects off and on in the videos. Or not new particle effects, but new effects. I'm really looking forward to them being live, and I guess we're going to get them when? Sometime after Squadron 42, I guess. I mean, I don't know why we'd want to push that live now and highlight effects that we see every single time that we play multiple times a session, right? I don't know why we would want to improve that aspect of the gameplay. I guess maybe it's tied to some underlying system that hasn't been moved from the Squadron 42 development cycle into the PU development cycle yet. We could choose to believe that. That's our copium for the day, right? We already got the missile rack. We already got the missiles. We already got the Luma cores. So we grab our cooler at Trussler, we grab our Galdarines at Babbage, and then we pop back and grab the shields at Grimhex. And then, and then we'll actually be the content that we want to test. And of course, this is everybody's first hour or two of gameplay when a new patch drops, right? Some part of it makes me think it's actually intentional. The logistics reset on every patch drop. It's like it builds anticipation, right? And there's not enough content to actually do so. All right, now I see that the quantum navigation system is still working great, right? We still have a route set, right? So why is it showing me every freaking POI on Microtech instead of just pointing me at the one that I'm already set route to? Why? Because the navigation system continues to be an absolute terrible nightmare. Fucking garbage. Build it from the ground up and get it right, CIG. Where are we supposed to be jumping to? OM6 to OM1. All right. It still hasn't figured out. Whatever, man. God. Dude. At least now it knows that's where I need to go. Right? I just want the navigation system to work. Can the UIX team please get on board with making a good game? I mean, that's what I'm asking for. Just make it work. It really shouldn't be a constant battle of trying to figure out what am I supposed to do next. Yeah, that's it exactly, Mardigan. How you doing, man? You know what? What it's doing is, I assume, is every time you quantum jump and you change DGSs, it defaults to whatever the first mission in the list is. Your playability, my ass. Yeah. But I haven't done any missions in PTU yet, so we'll see. Right now, I'm still shopping for ship parts because they decided to spread everything all around the solar system rather than giving us a convenient starting location where we can actually buy the shit we want. But the DGS change stuff is still a problem. Sometimes you'll have your fuel revert to a previous fuel level and you'll be out of fuel and you'll be stranded in the middle of nowhere. If you dare to take the call to arms mission every single time you make a quantum jump, it'll reset you to call to arms and you'll have to track it again, which is incredibly inconvenient, let me tell you, when you actually jump to the mission site and you've made a DGS change, and suddenly, instead of knowing exactly what you need to know when you need to know it, you have to hunt for it in your mission log to choose it, to track it, while the NPCs are trying to pop on top of your head. So, you know, par for the course.
Welcome.
I mean, we're only 4 months in now, right? 4 whole months as of tomorrow. 4 whole months. Is the game more playable than it was in years past? Maybe. Does it have more content? Absolutely not. It has less overall content. Is it still buggy? Yes. Do missions still automatically finish? Do missions still automatically fail? Yes. This year just started. Kappa. Yeah, they did fix elevators, right? Elevators are, I would call them fixed. Are they 100%? Probably not. But they're definitely fixed comparatively. That seems to be a problem. It seems to be fixed. And the trains, too, as a result, right? Because they're all interconnected. So some stuff is getting better. I won't pretend that there aren't improvements. But there's like, they removed at least half of the playable content in the game. At least half. Those missions are just gone. What am I here for? Platinum Bay. I need the cooler. Is it 1 or 2? Just 1.
What? Hey.
All right. I mean, you know, the thing that everybody's complaining about right now is they added this whole orbital laser thing, right? And the Hathor sites, they're all broken. They're all broken all the time on every server. And that's only a slight exaggeration, right? Expat was checking them all out and was listing the servers, and they were broken. It's like they added this content, and it doesn't matter that it's added because it doesn't work, right? And this has got to be part of the new mission system, right? Well, the new mission system apparently isn't any better than the old one. I don't know, maybe. I mean, I'm in PTU, but to be honest, until something is in live and working, I'll believe it's fixed, right? If it's not in live and working, it's broken. How many times have we seen something fixed in PTU and it doesn't even make it to live?
Please visit us again.
So yeah, I hear that it's supposed to be fixed. The player bounties are supposed to be fixed soon. TM too, are they? They're not fixed in live. They're broken. So, you know, it'll be May on Thursday, right? 2 days from now, we'll be in month 5 of the year of playability. And so far, the only victory that we've really gotten, elevators/trains. Right? That's it. Have we gotten back to the point where missions are generally as reliable as they were before server meshing? Maybe. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, therein is part of the problem, right? Mardigan, is that they're going to try and push Squadron 42 out live as quick as possible, right? They want to launch it in 2026. That's why they announced a date, right? And the real problem is that they really needed to make sure that the PU was in a stable state before Squadron 42 launched anyway. So we are now running out of time for them to get the PU into it doesn't have to be a 1.0 release candidate, but it definitely needs to have enough content, and it needs to be stable, and shit just needs to work. And some things need to be well past tier 0, right? Navigation, inventory, the mission system. The navigation system, again, I know I just said that twice. The navigation system is a third time. That shit just needs to work. If we're going to release a game that is going to bring an influx, a massive influx of players to the persistent universe, because otherwise regular gamers are going to look at this shit and they're going to go hell to the no. Item recovery tier 0 is ass. That little stretch of navigation right here too, what was that shit? Right? I just wanted to go from Tressler to Babbage, and could I do it in one jump? No. And when I did do it, we zigzagged. We went all over there, and now we're all the way over here, and now we're at Babbage. That's a good example of the navigation system just being ass. Man. All right, where the hell am I? There it is. There they are. I should have, those flashy lights should have been really, really, really obvious to me. I cannot wait for the global illumination refactor that we're still supposed to get sometime soon. Because this, oh, that's great. That's perfection. All of that. It being too dark, the mystery flashing light when I change views, all of that. That is garbage. Just garbage. I know, push the button. Do the thing. Yeah, well, I mean, you know. That's Star Citizen for sure, right? Day late, dollar short, and 10 years behind.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to a please visit us again.
All right. I was going to say the elevator seemed to be cooperating, but even though that button highlighted when I pushed it, it didn't stay highlighted. And highlighted? Highlighted? I don't know. That seems to work. That's really frustrating to me that that stuff doesn't just work flawlessly. I don't understand why we just can't have stuff that works. Oh no, the tech debt is, frankly, the tech debt is insurmountable. It just is, right? This looks better than it has been in ages, right? People are wandering around doing things. The customs people are there. This actually looks like totally functional. And then all we got to do is turn one to the side and go, what the fuck is this? This is Star Citizen. This right here. Not this. This. This is Star Citizen. That's the part that makes me want to cry. That's it. And I mean, you know, they could wow us with AI, right? Maybe there's some tremendous. See, that button stayed high lit, right? So why did this elevator work right and then the hangar elevator didn't? They could totally wow us with AI, right? They could download the module because, you know, of course, network's been a hiccup for a long time, right? Well, we got to get the network right. Otherwise, nothing's going to work exactly the way it's supposed to. That's been the copium excuse for many a year now. Nice stagger there. So it could be all of a sudden they'll go, okay, boom, here you go. Here's the AI that you've been waiting for. But I'll believe it when I see it. Imagine. Okay, so we need 2 Galdarines, and then we're going to hop over to Grimhex and get our Trenta.
The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
And there's little things that I always look at and go, why is this still not a thing, right? I mean, there's no good reason to sit down, but other than if you really want to, but you can't even stand with the pole, right? The poles are there for a reason, right? Why can't I use the pole? Surely you could add a pose animation there. So it's this weird array of stuff that they fight with, stuff like the Moira on the fucking terminals. I don't know. I don't get it. I just when you look at the scope of the project overall, you can see how big it is, right? And you understand why stuff's not done, right? But the flip side of that is there's this massive inconsistency of what is done. Yeah, I mean, scope would be a little bit of a problem there as well, though, right? Imagine if you had all these NPCs running that code, and then you got 100 people playing on a given server, and half the people are interacting with the NPCs. I mean, it would cause a seizure in system resources. But I do agree that there's massive potential there for an improvement. Just, we had this whole attempt with the bartender AI, right? And that seems to have gone absolutely nowhere. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, I am. Even if it was, and maybe that would be the way to do it, is that it needs to be client driven. Then when you talk to an NPC, most of the load would be on you. That would be fine, as long as, there's proper authorization, validation for whatever conversations that might be important. I just hope that we'll see improvements over time with stuff that feels like it's credible. I wonder why they decided to change this. This used to be completely different, this center section. Right, but single player games are a whole different animal when it comes to resource management, right, for the servers. But again, there isn't any reason that kind of stuff couldn't be handled client side with proper server auth. It would be massive. It would be, and it's exactly the kind of depth that a game this size needs in the long run. I mean, you think about the Odin system or the quantum system, whatever the hell they want to call it this time, the star simulation system. I have no idea what they're calling it these days, where they show Tony Z did this whole presentation where there's this cloud of data represented by, here's the NPCs doing their thing, living their best lives in space, flying around, hauling cargo, pirating ships, getting killed by security, hunting down pirates. All this shit was going on. And to have the kind of thing that you're talking about connected to that. So as soon as I decide I want to come over here and interact with an NPC and talk to this guy and go, yo, dude, hey, man, did you hear about whatever? The game being able to build on that and connect and potentially giving me a thread that gives me a mission to do. That's the dream, right? That's exactly the dream. But instead, what we have is these idiot NPC clerks that sound like they're talking to me right now, and I'll be walking around in the other side of the fucking city and I'll be hearing their voice. It doesn't do anything. And I mean, we saw what they did with the mission givers, right? I like everything that they've tried to do there, but when are we going to get any of that? Because we don't even have the stuff that we used to have before. We've got next to nothing by comparison. Now, I know there are new missions with video stuff in here now, right? Where is it? There it is. All right, we got the Gillies Flight School stuff, and we got the Foxwell enforcement stuff, which I'll get to here just a little bit when the ship's finally ready, right? And I know that at least some of that stuff has voice acting and tied to it, which is going to be great. I'm very excited for that because, all that we've had is this shit for years. But all the stuff that we used to have that was like that right now is missing from the game. I mean, Rudo is MIA, Twitch was MIA, ᚒᚗᚗkᚖᚾ, MIA, Creepy Darnelius, MIA, Constantine Hurston, MIA. So, they removed all that stuff. Is it coming back? Supposedly, right? I don't know how much of any of it is back in the PTU, but I'll believe any of it is back when I actually see that it's back. because promises mean nothing to me anymore. Just nothing. Chris Roberts himself sent me this beautiful freaking letter and promised me that this was going to be a year to improve playability and stability in the game. And other than fixing the elevators, that has turned out to be complete bullshit. So I don't believe any of it anymore. I'll believe it when I see it. I got a warning for complaining about the greedy, whatever the packages that they're selling Warbond only for $30. That's armor and a skin and a weapon. They deleted my thread and gave me a warning. Don't do that again. I got warned from CIG Shitbird or whatever. It was Kobold, something Kobold. Because they're fucking soft, man. They are at this point. And it may not be the whole dev team that's soft, but these people in community relations that think that they're on fucking police duty or whatever, those motherfuckers are soft. Soft as fuck. So I just don't give a shit, right? Spectrum, don't care. Not worth my time to even look at it. Because CIG is filtering for what you're allowed to say. You're not allowed to criticize the project. You're just not. And I mean, you know, that's on top of the white knight syndrome that we've got too, which has always been a problem. So, you know, if I've got something if I've got my truth to tell about Star Citizen, I'll do it right here. Mr. Kobold. Whatever your name was, you fucking pussy. Whoever it was that told you to delete my thread that had a whole fucking 13 upvotes, you guys are missing the point. You do not understand community relations. And whoever it was that decided that that kind of shit needs to be censored, frankly, you should be removed from a supervisor position. Because you should learn that you should let criticism happen unless it is just wildly abusive. And either don't engage and nothing will happen, or you will show that you are open and willing to accept criticism. It is entertaining, but it's entertaining like Reddit, right? It's a salt mine. I mean, CIG mods are obviously, half of them probably are Reddit mods, right? It's the worst of the worst of the worst, the people that want to police the communities. It's the gatekeepers. They are the keyboard warriors. So it is what it is. Look, I don't like Cameral, right? Cameral is one of those content creators that's all about I'm going to make another flash in the pan and set something on fire because I'm going to get clicks that way. I don't like him. But he has many times been on point about what he complains about and points out. Right? Doesn't foster game, but yeah. Whatever. It used to be that the moderators were more responsible about what they did, although I'm sure that, what's his name? Yeah, he's extremely bitter. But, who is it? Knight something. CIG Knight something. It's the one that people are always getting censored by. Knight Rider, yeah. That dude has walked to the edge for many years about what he should and shouldn't moderate, right? And that's his job. I'm not going to tell him how to do it. I'm just going to say that that kind of moderation is not helpful, right? Red Lear's best buddy. But it's gotten really bad in the last couple of years with just, you know, like I said, that pansy ass shit where they muted my thread. I didn't call somebody out by name. I said it was a cash grab, and it was. It clearly still is a cash grab to put that kind of bullshit on the cash store, right? New money only is a cash grab. It is a fact. It is disrespectful to the people who have chosen to back your project for years and years and years and years. And it is exactly the kind of move that will convince somebody like me, who has been a $20 a month subscriber for the better part of 11 years, right? Do the math. That will go, you know what? No more new money from me. No subscriptions. I'll keep that $20 a month. Fuck you. You're not getting another penny from me, right? Those kinds of decisions. So you decide whether you think that that extra $30 is well invested in making sure that only new players that are only players that are willing to throw new money at the game will do it. It's a cash grab. It's 100% a cash grab. So for you to be a little pansy-ass pussy motherfucker, to be butthurt by me calling a cash grab means you are a bad moderator. And that is whoever made the decision. I have no idea if Mr. Kobold is the one that made the decision or if somebody told him to carry that out, but it was fucking stupid. It just was. It was bad moderation. And we see it all the time. People point out pop-up threads and they get moderated, and CIG just can't seem to take it. They can't. If you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Do not engage. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of like the dev that was, on the Golem video, right? About cowards or whatever. I forget exactly what he said. How come you didn't give me a hanger?
To the ᚗᚗᚗkᚖᚗ vehicle retrieval system.
Did I not spawn the ship? You're saying it's at the pad? Give me a hanger. There we go. The cash grab? Yes, I should not call the staff greedy, is what I was told. Right? That's what I was told. Don't call the staff greedy. Don't be greedy. This, right? This right here. Imagine you're playing Squadron 42 and you're so excited because it's such an amazing game. Such an amazing game, right? Holy shit, there's an MMO for this? Hell yes. Let me buy a package, spawn my ship, and what do I get? This is what I get. I get CIG over-engineering the wrong shit. That's what I get. This ship spawned in a hangar that was a fresh hangar. Nobody else was in it. Why did this happen? And the answer is CIG does not know when to stop. This is also why they did this, by the way, right? This is why they made the ships despawn when you leave the hangar. That bug right there, because they can't seem to figure out how to stop that from happening. Right, it's only been 13 years. Let them cook. That's it. Don't you dare criticize them. Is it already destroyed or did it store it?
Welcome to the ᚗᚗᚗkᚖᚗ vehicle retrieval system.
No, it's stored.
Vehicles will please visit us again.
Now, if we watch it happen, it'll probably be fine, right? Because since I'm watching, I have no idea why that matters. But it seems to rush things when nobody's looking, and it becomes a mess. I don't know what they've done to make that be a problem. But it's unacceptable. I mean, let's be real. If I'm at the ᚗᚗᚗ at the spaceport and I spawn a ship, it should just spawn the motherfucking ship on the pad. Right? Just boom, pad's up top, ship's there, it's done. It's done. Quit it with all this. This is over engineering. If nobody's here to watch it, who cares? You know, I didn't, oh, that's right. It's already got a freaking cross field, so I don't have to worry about quantum drive. All right. It's just, they focus on the wrong stuff, right? It's exactly like the stupid moire on the frickin' shop terminals. Exactly. I mean, I get why somebody decided to toy with that stuff, right? When it was a small scale project and we weren't that far along. But at this point, given everything else that's going on and what all we have to do in the game, that screen noise is unnecessary. It's not healthy. It's not good for us. It's not entertaining. It has gone past immersion into being a nuisance. Kind of like the speckle on the glass here, although at least it's better than it used to be. Right? Here we are, we're flying at 400 meters per second, and we were still getting condensation. My mouth is not working right today. Condensation droplets on the canopy. No, man, at these speeds in atmosphere, the condensation would either be atomized, right? It would be turned into mist because of the heat pressure. We wouldn't even see it. Or it would immediately streak off to the side, even if the condensation didn't just evaporate. It's additional noise that has no place being in the game. Because people are stuck on the wrong damn details. And the volume on the quantum thing, too. It's like it's really loud while it's accelerating, and then at some point we'll reach top speed, and then it'll quiet down some. It's the Shield Maiden. She needs some foods. We'll hook her up here in a minute. Let me get to Grim Mix. I want it to be an experience, right? I want everything about it to be an immersive experience. I do. But you guys have got to pick your battles, man. All right, let's see. Did they fix the empty Lux container thing? I'm betting no. What do y'all think? All right, that's one empty. We need to stack another one. Give me another empty. So we're going to stack of two empties. So give me a a bottle, and not fixed. So all you ever need to own is 2 bottles of whatever hydration you want. Stack the empties and they're instantly full. Stop that. No, dude. All right. Shit. I did, okay. It's just such a shame. This whole thing, this whole upper part of this view is such a tragedy to me. In this MFD, man. Bottom left, bottom right, split MFDs, right? And frankly, they should have mounted the seat in some way that it would be behind, maybe on the left and right, so that the bottom view would be a reflection of what we got up top, right? That top view should be just as good as the bottom view, and this would be just an absolutely fantastic canopy. All this noise. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And your best situation for the G's, right, for resisting G forces, is to essentially be turning, to be pitching or strafing up so that you're pushed down in the seat, because we best react to that as humans, because gravity, it's what we're used to, right? And which means that you want your view to be coming up top. So everything about this from a pilot perspective is terrible. Rule of cool, right? Rule of utility, totally lost in the shuffle. Totally lost in the shuffle. All right. You're not going to let me go to... I can't tell where that is. I don't know if that's Daymore or what. It should be yellow then. There we go. Where you hiding at, Grimhex? I wonder if they fixed the freaking station turrets anywhere yet, so that they'll actually defend. We're upside down. Really, really, really wish we had a separate bind for the alternate seat exit so that I could just hit a button to get out of the front of the ship instead of having to fight with that god-awful radial menu.
Welcome to the ᚕᚗᚗkᛖᚾ vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been
All right. To, well, not Scutters, to Dumper's Depot. And it's only taken 2 hours to get organized. Star Citizen. You know what? Let's go ahead and set our spawn here at Grim Hex. Good old Grim home. You know what? Let me get the Shield Maiden her food before I forget, as I want to do, because I'm a senile old man. Give me just a second and I'll be right back, guys. What am I trying to do? It's been like 2 weeks since I did this and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. Be right back. Alright, I has returned. Oof. Okay. We needed to go buy our shield. And then try some missions. I did equip mags and stuff, yeah. Right. That should be it. Let me up the frickin' terminal, please. All right. We didn't change our quantums. Everything should be good to go. I did realize I didn't grab a combat knife, so I'm going to do that.
Hey.
All right. Now, I assume there's still no sign of Rudo with unverified missions, right? Vaughn, tar pits, headhunters, spit zeros. No Rudo. All right. Okay, let's see. Let's check out the flight school stuff. Where's audio? I thought that this had voice acting. Maybe not until we get started.
Thanks
Oh,
for
there he
signing up
is.
for my combat pilot training course. Just to introduce myself, I'm ᚒᚱᚩkᚖᚖ, but my students call me Gilly. I've served in 6 squadrons in the Navy and have over 10 years experience teaching pilots how to fly and fight. For this first lesson, we're going to start off slow and evaluate how you handle yourself in some one-on-one dogfights. Everyone you're facing off against are former students of mine flying special training rigs. You can treat them like normal hostiles, so don't worry and do your best. They can handle it. All right, get ready, and I'll see you out there.
Gilly, huh?
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again.
Awesome. Awesome. 2 for 2. Good job, CIG. You guys are on point, bro. Good grief, man. You know, I actually thought they made that situation better a couple of patches ago. And clearly it's not. Probably got lost, right? In a branch. That's good job, though. Good job. You guys are just amazing. Over-engineered pile of
Welcome
dog
to the
shit.
ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Oh, man. It's embarrassingly bad when that happens, too. Everything about that is just awful. The fact that the ship is clipped through the physics. I kind of feel like at some point somebody should have created code that prevents that situation from happening, period. When it happens, the entity in question, the ship or the hangar floor, I don't even care which, should trigger a response that immediately moves something to a viable location or causes one of the objects to immediately despawn, whichever one is appropriate. Should be the ship in this case, right? The ship should be immediately moved above the hangar, the pad, right? Or it should be immediately despawn. This whole we're clipping halfway through and we've got this shit going on. No, dude, that's been going on for 10 fucking years now. Stop it. Find a fix now and implement it. If you can't, you are doing something wrong. It's time to start putting some fixes in place, because your little pristine, perfect environment that you think you're going to create, it's never going to happen. There are always going to be weirdness. There's always going to be issues between the servers and the clients. There's always going to be issues between the servers and the servers, even if they're sitting next to each other. Something is always going to happen that's going to create that kind of desyncy situation, right? Add in a fix. Therein is the real fear, right? Is, well, you know, it's too expensive to fix it. We're just going to let it go, right? I mean, that's the real problem, right? Oh, well, you know, that's just Star Citizen. And that seems to be the attitude of the team, too, right? Is they seem to know that we know some of this is just the way Star Citizen's always been. And it's never going to get any better. Whatever. That kind of shit with the ship in the hangar floor, though, is just, oh my God, it's so bad. All right, what's up, Gilly?
We'll get started in a moment.
What are we going to shoot at? I'm betting it's going to be a prospector. Some kind of amazing threat level like that, right? Oh, it's a cutter. Marginally better than a prospector. Head tracking works better if you actually turn it on there, bro. Bear in mind, I haven't flown in weeks, so today's been it in a long time. Where you going there, dude?
Target destroyed.
All targets neutralized. Catch your breath. The next one is on its way.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem with the whole issue council, right? Is we generate actual issues, and what do? They archive them because they can't reproduce them in their internal test servers. It's a Pisces. Hello, Pisces.
Target destroyed.
All clear. Stand by for the next wave. It's gonna be even tougher.
Oh no, it's going to be even tougher. It is a cult fueled by copium. Yeah, you're not wrong. In a lot of ways it is. I mean, we're all a little bit Stockholm syndromed, right? At least a little bit.
Missile log.
This is a prospector. Why is this a fucking prospector? Come on, CIG. This is a fucking combat training mission. Why is one of the targets a prospector? Come on, dude. My guess would be because it's got a lot of hit points, right? Quit putting prospectors in this freaking shit
There we
pool.
go. Another lesson in the books. Hopefully
That's
you can feel yourself,
asinine.
because I'm definitely seeing it on my side. I recommend a bit of downtime and then we can get back at it. Rest up and I'll see you soon.
Dude, I really don't know what to say about the prospector being... I mean, it's a training mission. Scenario 2.
You ready for your next challenge, rookie? Now that you've proved you can handle going mano a mano...
Bro,
we're
I
gonna
got your
see
rookie
how
right
you
here,
do going
bitch.
against multiple ships at the same time. Not only that, but this time you're going against ships made for dogfighting. We're
Ooh,
talking
so
about
no more
a whole other
prospectors?
challenge rating on this. I think you can handle it, though. Let's move out, and I'll see you at the training site when you're ready. Welcome to the training site. Get settled, and I'll let everyone know to start. Hostile spotted. Give him what you got.
Contact received. Missile log.
What? Oh. Oh, no, there's an arrow. I knew there had to be a real combat ship in the mix somewheres. I mean, you know, Mustang's combat ship, but you know what I mean. Come on. There we go.
Shield under attack.
I keep waiting for the collision. They keep flying right into my face. One of them's gonna run into me yet.
Target destroyed.
All right then. That wraps up this lesson. Fantastic work. Seems like you're developing a real aptitude for combat. Hopefully the next lesson will help you grow even more.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's just it. Is this mission chain is a training session, right? So for the third ship, presumably the most difficult ship in the initial trio, to be a prospector is just what? How does that make sense in the logic of the mission? It doesn't. Whatever pool they're pulling the ships from for this mission is flawed. Please take the prospectors out of that ship pool. It could be, yes, it should be. Actually, as a matter of fact, that's an excellent point, right? They should make these missions available in AC so that you can just do them in AC and don't even have to spend the time in the verse. You're exactly right. They should be. Absolutely should be. At least after we complete them the first time. Maybe in the PU, if they want it to be a PU exercise, whatever. CIG doesn't know what they're doing with Arena Commander. They have no idea what they're going to do with it in the long run. Guaranteed.
Welcome back, Rook. I've got a more tactical lesson for you this time. We know you can fight multiple ships at once, but now we're going to dive into the calculations that separate an average combat pilot from a great one. I'm talking about target priority, choosing which ship to shoot when. It can make all the difference when you find yourself up against a mixed squad. Head to the training site, and we'll give you some hands-on experience.
All right. So they're going to teach us to not shoot the prospector first, I guess.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Shields on.
Teach us, Sensei.
Good. You're here. I'll notify the other pilots, and we can begin. Contact! Ready up!
I don't see any contacts yet.
Contact received.
I'm assuming it's, well, it's a Hornet. That seems like a priority target to me.
Missile look. Target destroyed.
Clear that wave.
Get wrecked, bitch. What wave? Target priority, there was only one ship to kill. All right, see another Hornet. He's too close to missile, though.
Shield under attack. Target destroyed.
That's a prospector. Why is there a prospector? There's two prospectors and a Hornet. This is the wing. Two prospectors and a Hornet. Come on, man. What in the actual hell, CIG? That's right. I was trying to remember where I had the precision mode, but it's a totally different button. This is just asinine. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed, man. I want to like the precision mode for something, but I just don't. I don't like it at all.
That's it. Lesson complete. Good work today. Hopefully,
Lesson
I'll see you
is-
soon when you're ready to keep
The
training.
lesson is kill the Hornet before you murder the pirates. I mean, the miners. Kill the Hornet before you murder the miners. Dude. Man. That was 3, so now we're on 4. It's an 8-part lesson plan.
Got your next lesson all ready for you. You fought ships you can see. Now it's time to face the ones you can't. That's right, I'm talking stealth. Remember that the best pilots don't get comfortable just because their radar's empty. We're gonna teach you how important radar use can be when it comes to tracking down hidden targets. Head over to the training site and we'll get started.
Stealth prospectors? What are we gonna get now?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Shield on.
Now that you're in position, we can start the lesson. Stand by. Looks like you got inbound. Weapons free.
Where's the explanations? So they're not even the radar contacts.
Shield under attack.
Excuse me? I couldn't target that one at all. Okay, so we got a mole and we got razors. Awesome.
Contact received. Missile log. Target destroyed.
It's the mole again.
Contact received. Shield under attack.
Oh, good God. Okay, this shit with the slow update on whether the ships are targetable or not is not okay. Unless that one razor is actually just untargetable.
Contact received.
See, why is he still? Alright, maybe it's a range thing. Just feels like there's some weirdness happening there. Come on, you little bugger.
Target destroyed.
There's still another razor somewhere. Where is he?
Shield under attack. Contact received.
Grr.
Target destroyed.
Oh, he's dead. We got him. Alright, does that mean all we got left is the mole? A mole. Again, miners are the end targets, right? Everything else is just an obstacle for killing the miners. If you're not looking to kill the miners, you're doing it wrong. That's the lesson you're teaching me, CIG.
Shield under attack.
Congrats on completing another part of your course. You impressed the other pilots out there today.
They're all dead,
When you're ready
man.
to continue your training.
But I guess it doesn't matter, right? Their clones are impressed. I just... Dude. What is this supposed to be? Maybe they'll update the objectives at some point, right? Now we're on number 5.
Hope you're ready to take things up a level, because I got all my pilots locked and loaded with some heavy ordnance for today's lesson. That's right. They're going to be launching missiles at you.
Ooh, they've
You're
already
gonna
been
fire
launching
your
missiles.
countermeasures
What the
right
hell are you
back.
talking about?
Make sure your ship's stocked up and report to the training site.
Quantum travel engaged.
Okay, you're in the right place. Stand by while I deploy your targets.
Here comes the Firebirds, right? Maybe the Talon Shrikes. I've seen a Shrike in a day, in an age.
Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Contact received.
It's a freelancer.
Shields under attack. Target destroyed.
Wave clear. Here comes the next.
The freelancer was wave 1. Okay. Maybe it was a miss.
Contact received.
Another freelancer. And what? And, of course. Come here. Little Firebird.
Target destroyed.
Oh, and Vanguard. That's all I see, though.
Contact received.
Alright, where's the Vanguard?
Shield under attack.
I was expecting another Firebird. It's a Sentinel with the ugly Sentinel paint. Come on, get on the pip, man. What is this flying from the NPC, by the way? It's like they're trying to fly right nose on me, too. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, on my head. What is this combat? Meanwhile, the freelancer's trying to fly right on top of my nose, too.
Missile lock.
I don't know where my missiles went. They definitely didn't hit him.
Shield under attack. Target destroyed. Missile lock.
There we go. It's a little more like it.
Target destroyed.
All right. Well, we didn't have any mining ships in that one. So that's a positive, right? All right, let's see. Let's go repair and restock. Then we'll take the next one. You know, I set a route and now what? And now I still got... This navigation is so bad. It's just so inconsistent, like everything else. All right. 38K worth of missiles. Okay. Show me the next one. We just did number 5, didn't we? Where's number 6? Oh, there it is. Not exactly in order. Why am I not hearing anything at all? Suddenly we've got dead silence. The hangar bug, maybe? Yeah, no sounds at all. Awesome. Now we got audio. We didn't even hear anything about the mission, so that makes me wonder if that got eaten too. Whatever. No frickin' navigation anywhere except to the moon. Alright, tell me what's up there, bro.
Welcome to the training site. Get settled, and I'll let everyone know to start.
This is supposed to be a multi-crew target.
Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Contact received.
Gladius, Constellation.
Missile loaded. Shield under attack.
Looks like 2 Gladiuses. And a Connie.
Missile
Shit. Oh, come on. Really? And a teleport. That's awesome. That's amazing. Appreciate that big time. All right. Get some shield regen. They're obviously both... Everybody's right on my ass. That's one down. Where's the other one?
Target destroyed.
All right. Wingmen are down. He has twice the main guns I have. Let's see how this goes.
Shields under attack.
Need to be able to get in close and get those pilot guns off of me. Good grief. Target is not friendly. Target is very not friendly. Let's see if we can get some shield regen. Any headway that I was making on the shields before is definitely gone. Need a frickin' Ares would have been a better ship to try and do this mission with. Oh, I got one left. Yeah, this is not going to end well for me. Too out of practice. Too much tank on that Connie. Good grief, man.
Shield under attack.
They're out of missiles, right? Yep. What you gonna do? You just gonna hang out on the other side of the rock, or are you gonna come get me?
Shield under attack.
I've got no knack for getting close in this ship anymore, that's for sure. Come on.
Caution. Target friendly.
Fatigue is going to win out on this one. I'm definitely going to get popped anytime here.
Caution. Target friendly. Shield failure.
Come on. I need my boost. Oh. Shit. Oh, damn it. Stop bouncing off the rock, dumbass. What the shit? Totally lost the target. I don't know what that was.
Shield failure.
Oh, I lost the fight. Interesting that my ship was crippled, though, versus being destroyed. Disappointing that there's no commentary on the mission status, though. So, you know what? Now I what? I backspace and I come back and do it again? That's kind of anticlimactic. if my ship is disabled, then probably there should be a mission status change to failure. So instead, we get nothing. I mean, obviously, I could log out and log back in, but I do expect too much. I do expect the mission to do something. Instead, it's just going to sit here and do nothing because we know how Star Citizen works, right? Where's the enemy ship? Is he hanging out nearby? I don't even see him. Is that him? No, I think that's just a spot on the moon. How the turns have tabled. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it was not easy to do, right? But I have no idea this kind of dead ends this mission. I'm actually even glad that the ship's disabled versus just being destroyed, but yeah. Right? I mean, it's just it's kind of meh. And I mean, the additional thing here is that if I were to post a beacon, right? Yeah, one day you can repair your way back. Yeah. I mean, especially because, I should be able to, right? I should be able to get out of my ship, inspect my components. I really don't have any choice at this point. And we're in 0G. So the ship must actually be soft deathed, right? Because we got no gravity. Presumably, I should be able to identify what's wrong in the ship and fix it eventually. But as for right now, we're again looking at no gameplay. It's just kind of meh. That's it. That's it. We're dead. The end. Even if I were to post a beacon, though, presumably that ship is still here somewhere as in hostile, right? So, I mean, some poor guy that decides to show up in a Pisces rescue. Although it's a training mission, right? It's a training mission. So what should happen here is they should transport me back to my home base. But that's Star Citizen. Okay, let's see. I need to see if the medical tool works. So let's try exploding a grenade in the vicinity. I don't know where it went. I guess it went through the ship. Well, that's not very helpful. Well, it probably won't kill me if I just hold it, right? Guess we'll find out. Okay, so it didn't kill us. Here's our med gun. Injury detected. Injury detected, but the med gun doesn't work. Hello? Hello? How do I make the med gun work, CIG? Zach told me that I could just use a multi-tool and a healing attachment. I have, what can? What can? I do have the med tool. It's installed. Well, what happened to the, I thought I put them in the inventory. It had the I did grab the refills. Where are they? They must be in my, they must be in the inventory at the station. I thought I actually installed that stuff, though. All right, well, relog. No, not quit game. Exit the menu. Yeah, but I actually thought I added both of them, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I got sidetracked. I bought both of them. Although I left them at Seraphim. We'll have to grab new ones at Grimhex. What is all this? What is this retrieve? This message is useless, CIG. This doesn't tell me anything. I don't know what I'm retrieving. In some ways, this game is worse than it's been. Because I had grabbed the multi-tool bit and the canisters, but maybe I didn't actually add it to the gun. Although I thought I did. I thought I had them in my inventory. Why do I still have a med pan in my hand? I don't know what else to say except that everything about weapons and usables in the game continues to be terrible. And it's because the inner thought menu, inner thought system, radial menu, whatever you want to call it, everything about that system from the ground up is a mashup of copy paste spaghetti code. It's just hot garbage. Pick any example of any FPS shooter ever, CIG, other than this one, and replace the garbage that you've given us with one of those. Because it's bad. It is a pile of trash. It is all problems.
Welcome to the ᚗᚗᚗkᚖ vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Yeah, but I bought the cans for the med tool.
Thank you.
Not just the med gun.
Please visit us again.
In addition to the multi-tool attachment. But obviously, it didn't get equipped properly. They'd be at Seraphim, because that's where I bought them. So we'll buy some new ones. See, I bought both. Oh, you know what? So what? Wait, so you have to customize it to make it work? Oh, good God. What a pile of garbage. Are they kidding with this? This is awful. I couldn't just do it with the inventory screen? And also, if I don't have a canister installed and I do the reload animation, why does it not check for that? Come on, CIG. And the problem is what? The problem is that nobody has been using these since they added the med gun, right? Which made it redundant and made it more of a hassle. When I say no one, you know I mean figuratively. There's always going to be exceptions. And people are using them now. But this is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is awful. It's just terrible, though. It's fucking trash. I shouldn't have to use multiple screens in order to use this thing. Right? There's no freaking way that I should have to use this to make this effective instead of using the inventory system, which is what I can use to make every other thing in the game effective. What is the wife pinging me about? Oh, she's got an appointment. All right. Yes, that's it exactly. It's the subcomponent problem, right? This is an example of the kind of shit, though, where CIG creates multiple levels of stuff that don't necessarily work well together. I'm sorry, if I have these canisters in inventory, right, and I go to use a med tool that has the medical gun on it and it's empty, it should reload it by adding the canister. It is inconsistently integrated. And to be honest, if I've got the Cambio things and I'm going to use the Cambio thing and it needs it installed, it should reload that as well. Make that shit work the same. This has kind of been the problem with Star Citizen from word go, is we have all these non-integrated systems that all do their own thing, and it makes it a freaking clusterfuck instead of making it any kind of a unified video game experience that we can understand intuitively by being introduced to one system. It's kind of like mining versus salvage, right? They should be more or less the same thing. They're not. They're two completely independent systems that really don't work the same way. Everything has to be over-engineered and overthought. All right, I don't have a...
Welcome to the ᚗᚗkᚖᚗ retrieval system.
I don't have an Ares. I could maybe use the... Except the ballistics are garbage. I don't really have a good ship to try and use against two Gladiuses and then a Constellation. Not this setup, anyway. Maybe the Mark II Hornet would be the way to go with all the guns on it. I kinda don't care at the moment, though. Let's go to the hangar and maybe we'll check out the Foxwell stuff, even though I know that's gonna just be
Welcome.
the drill, right?
ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
What am I trying to do?
Vehicle selected.
Just put my ship in the hangar. Will it be halfway through the pad again? Third time's the charm, right? It's gonna work fine this time. It won't be sticking out the floor. It'll be sitting on the deck the way it's supposed to be. Right? Hooray! Amazing. All right. Oh, all right. Yay, it works. That's the first time that I've been able to get that to work ever, I think, ever. All right, good to know. I do like that all I got to do is right click to make it work. Whoa, hello. Whoa, where are my frames? What is happening? Resyncing with server. I have no idea what that was. That was pretty crap. All right. See, the thing is that of course I do want a sidearm, right? I want a sidearm. I want a sidearm just in case. I think that's very important, right? And obviously, usually I carry 2 weapons. Now, the nice thing about the way this is set up right now is that I don't have to guess what I'm going to get, right? So that's fine. I just wish that I want an option to turn off this, right? I don't want to cycle. If I hit 1, I want my primary, period. 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 I don't want to cycle, CIG. If I hit 1, I want my primary weapon, period. If I hit 2, I want my secondary slot, right? Whether that's a weapon or a max lift or whatever. I don't want it to freaking toggle. Turn that shit off. Yeah, the LH86 is kind of ridiculous, and the tweaker attachments are definitely the meta. If you've got a ballistic, you should be running the tweakers. I just don't want it to cycle, right? And that's the problem that I have with it, is that I can't turn it off, can I? I just want to select the weapon. I don't want it to cycle. I want to turn off the cycle. Give me that option. The UIX is just so bad, man. That's the part that drives me the craziest, is it's just that it's just bad. It's just bad. All right. Well, it's frustrating because it's all overthought, right? I mean, this I understand. Although this is awesome. There with the one on the upper right there being, why is that not where it's supposed to be? It's not in its pocket, right? This is dumb. I get that for, you know, it's nice maybe to have this option. But while we're in this menu here, what if I decide, oh, I really don't want to draw a weapon? Where's the cancel option? I mean, I guess I just have to hit escape. Does right click work if I... Okay, so if I right click, it sticks back to whatever. Okay, all right, whatever. I just, everything, there's so many inconsistencies with the user experience, the user interface experience. I just don't know what to think. It's like there's 20 different guys that are working on the system and they all have their own idea about how shit works. All right.
How can Miss help you today? Systems on.
I think I could probably beat that scenario 6 if I had the patience to work it, but I just don't. So we're done messing with that for now. Let's see. Exciting new opportunities with Foxwell enforcement. Well, you're not gonna say anything out loud to me, huh? So this just looks like a bunker. It's kind of frustrating to me that they've got all of this stuff and like there isn't any voiceover. I guess I understand why there's not voiceover, but if this is my introduction to this new contact, I kind of feel like that should be a thing, right? It doesn't have to say the whole thing, but he should at least introduce himself or something, or she should introduce herself, whatever. That's kind of disappointing to me. I totally forgot to look for optics and shit at the store, so I guess we'll make do with whatever we get from the bunker mission. And why is my route set to the station I'm leaving? It's not. All right. How come you're not showing me? Because this navigation system is just junk, man. Whatever, dude. You know, if I was going to design a super confusing navigation system that made it hard to get from point A to point B, I think I would be hard-pressed to design one that would be more frustrating and infuriating than the one we have in Star Citizen. It is so unintuitive.
Quantum travel engaged.
Ah, Dark Citizen. It's been a minute.
Quantum travel complete.
What news? I'm not sure if I know who that is. Most hated player on Spectrum. He's been Knight Ridered. Well, that's good. If it's well deserved, then I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, well, that's good. To be honest, some of the White Knights are some of the most toxic members of the community. As much as I love Star Citizen and all of that, nope, we were already in flight.
Shields on. Landing gear down. Landing successful. Launch sequence complete.
Why was that such a shitty landing? Because the ground's not totally flat, I guess? Whatever. This game, dude. Well, it's good. I'm glad that he got hammered then. Oh God, look at this. That's all the herky jerk, man. So bad. Bro. I'm gonna have to change the bind. The Alt-1 for repooling, that shit doesn't work. Constantly, all the time, I hit Alt-1 and it just changes weapons. I guess it's just a shitty choice for keybind. They did seem to have improved the why aren't you doing the thing? Is it on there? All right. They seem to have improved the looting situation some. I haven't had to struggle to get, oh, nope, that's not at all what you wanted to do there, dude. Not at all what you meant to do. What I was trying to say is it seems to be easier to loot now than it used to be, which is nice to see. Yeah, now, will it be better once it's in live? That's the question, right? That's definitely the question. We can hope. I was actually hoping to get some of those Taos, the 2-4s. Clearly doesn't have any idea where that weapons fire is coming from. So much for the AI being improved in any way, shape, or form. You don't. All right. Again, with the swap. Awesome. See, we have different gear on the NPCs now. I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. God. They're just hanging out in the closet, and a couple of them are apparently still up top. No. All right. Definitely just napping in the closet. Oh, I should have paid attention to my ammo status though. It looked weird, but I guess it was just because it was a desert shadow. Might have a little light, yeah, it might. I'm kind of hoping. Although I probably should have picked it up the right way because the attachment may have disappeared since I picked it up the way I picked it up, unless that's changed. This is obviously the same old mission though. This is just, clear the bunker. Although I guess they weren't Ninetales, they were some off-brand criminal gang members. And now I'm fixing to do it again. I'm going to come around the corner and I got no rounds. Because you got to rush in the swan closet before they close the doors and lock you out. Nothing special. Alright. So that was it. Alright, we didn't get any kind of audio at all in that one. Yeah, if it had an attachment, I lost it. I should have been more careful about that. Oh well. C'est la vie. Really? I went to drop that and it didn't drop it. I put it in my hand. Why is this so inconsistent? Interesting. Why doesn't it just let me pick up a weapon off of out of loot or out of a off a corpse then instead of having to swap? They just can't make up their mind how they want to make this shit work. It's like, you know, why can't I just pick up this guy's helmet? Remember when we used to be able to do that? And now if I try and pick it up, I can't. I can't just carry it. I can't. Why? Because I have a helmet on. Oh, man. The range of being able to loot is actually better than it used to be. That's actually nice to see. It was so bad. It's still bad in live. It's terrible. It's still all kind of clumsy to me. The whole multiple pages of looting and all of that. It should just all be on one page. Loki, hey, quit barking at the neighbor. He's like, but there's somebody out there. I see him. Well, I mean, you know, really everything about it has been bad since it was the inner thought menu. It just is. It's kludgy. Everything about it is just so clumsy. It's not rocket science, but it is. It is rocket science. CIG certainly seems to think it's rocket science. Apparently. I mean, that is an ongoing problem with stuff just being over-engineered in such a way that it doesn't quite do the job it needs to do. Okay, so Foxwell wants me to go play ambush.
Hey,
Walton with Foxwell.
Hey.
Then you're going to be our hands out there in the field. I've confirmed all the specifics with Foxwell's intel team. All that's left is for you to get into place. Drop the hammer.
Drop the hammer. I saw, I was lurking in TDL yesterday that he was mocking the drop the hammer thing. I guess he says that a lot. So he does say stuff for the space missions, he just doesn't say stuff for the ground missions? Feels weird, man.
Hey, Walton with Foxwell here. Saw you nabbed the contract. Good to have your help. These lowlifes have been a menace, so I'm hoping you'll be able to shut them down once and for all. Head to the ambush site when you're ready, and keep it cool out there. All right. Head to cover and power down your ship.
Are these on the map? No, doesn't look like they are. Oh, yeah, maybe they are. Never mind. That's cool. That's new. That's pyro-like. That's good to see. I hope these are actually mining locations then. Emission cloud. Why do I gotta power the ship down if we're being masked by the emissions?
You're all set. Settle in and keep chilly until they arrive.
Systems off.
He should have us power down maybe weapons and shields instead of powering the ship off. There should be some specifics there, right? There's the scanning we were talking about before. We should be able to tell how big, how loud that emissions cloud is, and just make sure that our ship's signatures are smaller than those emissions, right? Let us think about it a little bit instead of just, push a button.
Anyone tries to mess with us, you handle it.
All right, where's the ship I actually have to
Gonna
kill?
have to pull this contract from you. You might not be ready for security work yet.
What the fuck? Why did I fail? I did what it told me to do. It's Star Citizen. I mean, that's the answer, right? Ugh.
Target destroyed.
No, that's not a Titan Renegade. So I assume there was supposed to be another ship there, but until I power my ship on, I can't tell that there's anything. Did it not tell me to go engage the Titan Renegade? So where was he? Fucking CIG, man. This is typical Star Citizen. I don't know why I'm surprised, right? Nothing works, ever. Oh, here we go. Let's go to the AOLP and get killed, right? That sounds like a recipe for me to be murdered. by players. One day we'll have a game that works. I'll believe it when I see it. That's the level of cynicism that I'm at now. I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, that was a new mission, right? Brand new mission in the new mission system. Garbage. Same garbage we've had for 13 years. Well, I know that's an exaggeration, but same garbage we've had for 10 years. Right? Same old, same old, same old. This is Star Citizen. One does not simply play Star Citizen. Goodness. Can I have some frames, please? So there's plenty of ships down on the ground at the facility. I see a Polaris loitering at the facility. Is it destroyed? Because I can't target it. Who's this hostile? Oh my god. The frames.
Target destroyed.
Hostiles remaining. All right, we're gonna circle for a minute and see if that number goes down on its own, because if so, that means that somebody's in there killing stuff, right? I like the location. Looks cool. Oh, I saw some kind of movement there. Pretty sure I saw somebody run around those boxes into that entryway there. Oh. There was definitely movement there, just movement there. All over the place. Look at them all. There are little ants everywhere. They look like Ninetales, huh? Look at the herky-jerk, man. Oh, dude. I know it's PTU, right? It's PTU. It's all good. It'll be better in live. It'll be fixed when server meshing is ready. It's quite a lot of guys. All right, well, I don't see any numbers changing, so we're gonna go ahead and land, right? To fidelity. That's it. This is one of those where I probably should have come in the Pisces, right? because there'll be 8 bajillion NPCs. Whatever. It all is what it is. Player? Players or NPCs? That's the question, right? Come on. I had to be an NPC. As a matter of fact, it didn't look to me like they had a helmet on. NPCs don't need helmets, yeah. They're all alien hybrids anyway. The backpack is the main reason that I wondered if that had been a player, the other one. But I have no idea what kind of NPCs we see. Is there a window there? How am I not hitting those guys? It's got to be a container issue, right? Bearing in mind, I have not been at these facilities at all. This is my first visit, so. Is that weapons fire? What is that? Is that a loot box? Meds? Dude's not wearing even a freaking environmental suit, man. Not even a freaking flight suit. I can't tell. Oh, shit. Dude. Dude. Oh my God, man. The frames, everything keeps fucking cutting out. What did I just see? Is it just weird lighting? I don't know if that was a ship. That's a ship. Yep. Player, right? That was a player. That's probably the guy that I saw first, right? And this is the kind of content that they're pushing right now, right? Is places where we will run into other players. And it just turns into a PvP shit show. Forget about the actual objectives. Forget about there being any reason to be cooperative. Forget about any of the actual content missions that you've got to do, right? I mean, I don't care if they want to power up the laser and do the thing. My mission is to clear the bad guys, right? But it just, they run right into one another. And the game is in a really shitty state for that kind of player intersection. Not to mention, I really didn't have an opportunity to accept or decline charges there. Because as soon as you die, you can't do anything, right? When he finished me, that was it. If I'd have been hardcore determined to press charges right away, I probably could have done it. But the whole thing is a shit show. An absolute shit show. Also, it should, in the notifications, it should show me the prompt to accept or decline charges, right? It should show me who I was assaulted by. Even if I can't accept it or decline it at this point, for that notification to just get eaten is fail. CIG drops the ball again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and they have such a bug and tech debt. There is no conceivable way that they could clean it up in 10 years. There just isn't, not given the evidence that they have shown us. It's not that it's a scam, though, right? It's not a scam because it's not intentional. They do actually believe that they're building a game, and they are building a game. They probably believe that they can get it done. But what they have shown us now for 13 years is all the evidence you need to know there is zero path for a release candidate for a 1.0 in the next 5 years. Zero chance. There's no way it's going to happen. No way. 10 years out, maybe. And only if they stop just adding content and actually fix the shit that is got shortcomings. Because it's not all buggy. Some of it's just not complete. Right? But they have like 10% of 25% of a game. That's what they've got. 75% of the game is just not 75% of what they tell us they want us to have for 1.0 is just missing. And to be honest, that's a conservative number. It's a generous number. It's not a conservative number. It's a generous number to say that 75% of the game is just outright missing, right? 3 of the 5 solar systems, we don't have them yet. We know there's at least a little bit of work on some of them, right? But 75% of the game, we've seen no sign of, period. Of the 25% of the game that we have seen a sign of, I really honestly think it would be generous to say that they're 10% done of that 25%. So we've got, 2.5% of a 1.0 release candidate that we've seen. Right? Now, like I said, they could suddenly pull the curtain and go, haha, here's all this stuff that's actually ready from Squadron 42, and now we're going to pump it right into the persistent universe. Boom. And then we have half a game. I don't know. Right? But right now, we're still living on the fucking vapes of hope that we actually have a Star Citizen persistent universe. I know that sounds a little bit, or maybe even it sounds a lot like hyperbole, but it's fucking true. I mean, look at that we just saw. I had a mission to kill NPCs. I got ganked by a player, which is fine, right? I probably wouldn't have pressed charges even if I had had an ample opportunity. I was like, nah, right? But the collision between their path and mine was unnecessary because all I wanted to do was kill the NPCs, right? They wouldn't have cared that I was killing the NPCs because all they wanted to do was get their loot inside the warehouses or whatever and maybe turn the laser on. I didn't care about that. We were not competitive. We just happened to be in the same place. And it's the pyro mentality. It's the same mentality that we've had in Star Citizen for years, but it's really blossomed since pyro is added, right? Where if you see somebody, you got to get them out of your way or they're going to kill you, right? That's the whole thing now. And if that is what CIG is going to focus on moving forward, then I think that a lot of backers are going to be disinterested. There will be plenty that will be interested. I know lots of people that they just love. That's the way they want to play, and that's fine, right? You know, lots of guys that I could name that you guys know I know would go, yeah, well, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for all that player. And, you know, the player intersection is fun when you have colliding paths, colliding objectives. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. I love some PvP sometimes too. But you can't have the bulk of your gameplay be centered around players crashing into one another aggressively. Otherwise, you don't have a living, breathing verse. You have momentary points of conflict. Yeah, well, there isn't. I mean, ᚒᚗᚗ has been shown, people have found him in the room. They've glitched in there, and all there is a torso and a head. So there's not a whole Banu. Even now, even though there is one, there isn't. Right? People have seen him sitting on a box or wherever he is, and he doesn't even have arms or legs. Feature complete. All that means is that everything that they need to have to create to have the missions that they have created are in, right? That's all that means. That doesn't necessarily mean that any of this is ready for the persistent universe because Squadron 42 looks to be 100% scripted, right? It'll be linear with maybe some side branches. And none of that is going to make the persistent universe a great place. We need all of those systems in place. All right, so we didn't lose any of our gear except everything that was in our inventory, which is, of course, all of our support. So Tier 0 is working as intended, which is kind of a whole lot of so what to me. My net takeaway right now, though, is what? Is I hit the Tier 5 or Tier 6 of the ghillie mission, and it's really intended as what? The ghillie mission is intended to be what? Multi-crew? Right? Is that the thing? Is that step 6 of the ghillie mission, we had 2 Gladiuses and a Constellation. Right? So if that's a personal training mission, which is what it sounded like so far, what ship am I supposed to take? Right? 2 light fighters and a multi-crew ship. yes, I know there are players that can do it, and if I'm sure have done it, and I could probably do it myself if I was a little more patient. But for the people that are working up with combat in the game, for the ghillie mission to be relevant, what's the goal there? What is the design intent? Am I supposed to take a constellation at which point I'm going to have to deal with the constellation because I'm not going to evade any of its fire, and I'm going to have to deal with 2 light fighters. So constellation doesn't seem like a viable alternative. I mean, are we supposed to just take the frickin' Polaris and count on the PDCs? I don't understand the logic of the mission chain, and that includes the bullshit low-level targets that are prospectors. It's bad enough that there's cutters in the mix, right? But at least they're general utility ships that maybe low-tier pirates or criminals might be using to haul naughty stuff. The prospectors make 0 sense. Even if they were fortunes instead of prospectors, it would make more sense because criminals might want to strip salvage, right? But that kind of shit in the ship table irks the crap out of me. Constantly we see that. Low-level red ships, and it's Pisces and Aurora and prospectors. Stop it with the criminal prospectors, CIG. It's dumb. And, you know, we do this whole combat thing. It's like, yeah, you're doing good, man. You're proving to be a real pilot. So we're going to create this situation that most solo pilots just can't handle. I mean, let's be real. Most Star Citizens are potato pilots. They're mouse and keyboard potato pilots. They're not doing a lot of flying. They're doing crosshair aiming with the mouse, and that's it. So those players, are they just not supposed to do the Tier 6 ghillie mission? Or are they supposed to take what? That's what I don't understand. I feel like they came up with this new mission chain and they got to a point where it's just like, okay, here we go. Now we'll screw them. They'll not be able to accomplish this one. It's going to be tough. Now, maybe if I go outfit my Mark II, I'll feel like, okay, well, that was easy, right? Because you have 4 size 3s and 2 size 4s, and maybe even the Constellation would be pretty toasty, right? But I don't really understand the design mentality. I feel like they missed a step there, where if we're supposed to be using... What's up, Scotty? If we're supposed to be getting help from somebody that doesn't seem to be part of the lore of the training regime there, it's supposed to be you against the students learning how to achieve these goals. So what are they supposed to use to achieve that goal? This is the problem with CIG creating content without really considering the content or the context of that content. Right? And again, if I were to try and have this conversation on Spectrum, you know what the answer would be. Get good. That would be the answer. Get good. Yes, I agree that that might be the end, but where's the plan, right? I don't really understand the plan here. Hire escorts for a training mission, right? I mean, I know that that's what some people would say. Some people would just say, well, get some friends and y'all do it together, and that's fine. And if that's the intent, right? If that's the intent, then it should probably say that here, right? It doesn't say that. I mean, if it was just the constellation, all right, then I think that this is, size advantage is when going against the larger ships, stay away from the pointy end, right? I get it. But in the context of this combat gauntlet mission chain, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, well, no, of course not. So I don't really understand what the plan here is, right? I don't. This kind of falls apart to me, and I don't know where it goes beyond this. It may even be bigger ships. Maybe it's more bigger ships. I don't know. So I do think that the two Gladiuses and the Constellation are a nice wing to go up against. I do. I think that that's a nice challenge, right? Instead of it being one Hornet and a couple of Prospectors, it's actual combat ships, and it's a mixed challenge. So it's not easy. Because, I mean, the problem with, like, doing a VHRT that's got 3 freaking Hercules in it, right, is they're big, fat targets that are easy to hit at range. And even though they've got guns, if you circle them at speed long enough at range, you're going to win the fight. And you could probably win this fight the same way, but the Gladius is constantly aggressively chasing you down, makes it more challenging. So I like the challenge. I just don't think that they're offering a real path to success here for most players, other than, get good, we got you. Here's your challenge, right? Or either that, or you got to take something even bigger and tankier and just ignore the Gladiuses until they crash into the PDCs or crash into your freaking Polaris and die. I don't understand them. I don't understand CIG's plan here, right? Because these other 5 were clearly solo missions, right? It's learn how to be a pilot. Get some combat under your belt. And then it's kind of like, here's a squad. Now what? It doesn't say go get some help. It doesn't say we want to see you engaging a squad as a squad. It doesn't say any of that. There's nothing in the mission arc that implies this is intended to be a multi-crew mission, except that you're going up against larger multi-crewed ships, which provide for new challenges. Not only will you have to contend with their enhanced firepower, but their faceted shields means you'll have to target one shield base continuously to do real damage. All of that's great, right? All of that's great. But it's a recipe for failure for your average pilots. The other side of that is that what you turn it into a, let me go get an Eclipse and just torpedo the ships, right? I don't know, man. It's get a crew, but it should say that in the contract. Exactly, Osgood. I mean, that, obviously I'm rambling at length, but that's where I think this falls apart. Now, I don't actually know what scenarios 7 and 8 look like, right? I'm assuming that they're similar challenges, because this is my first time playing any of the 411 content today, right? But if they wanted it to be a multi-crew effort, it should say it. It just should. And the pay on it's decent. It's ramped up nicely, right? 20K, 30K, 50K, 70K, 100K, 150K. The rewards are fine. I don't really have a problem with that, but it kind of falls apart on the logic of the mission chain there. I don't know. I don't know. This is the kind of thing that CIG should be sorting out now, because these are new missions in a more complete game environment, even though, like I said, I think it's about 10% of 25% of a game, right? So for them to just throw stuff out here and for us to just digest it at face value and to be left with questions kind of feels like CIG doesn't know what they're doing. That's the problem I have, right? And I would love for Elliot to come along and tell me what was the design intent here. Because I don't get it. I don't get it. And it's not that I have a problem with it. If it's intended to be a multi-crew mission, then just tell us that and problem solved. If it's not intended to be a multi-crew mission, then I would like for CIG to tell me which ship are we supposed to be taking to do this. Right? And if it's just the one ship, then you've probably designed it poorly, unless you want everybody to fly the same ship. Right? So I don't know. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it for the day. Actually, I appreciate everybody hanging out, and it wasn't all bad today. It wasn't all bad. I mean, I spent 4 hours in Star Citizen. Granted, half of that I spent doing logistics, but we won't have to worry about that tomorrow, right? Unless they drop another patch in PTU, and then we will have to do it again because. Cakewalk with a crude Polaris? Sure. Yep. I tell you what I am looking forward to, and do I have one now?
Welcome to the ᚒᚗᚗkᚖᚗ vehicle retrieval system.
I don't even have one. Did they change the loaner on the Perseus? Because I don't have a Polaris. Or maybe there's just not one given to anybody. That seems unlikely. Because I hear the Polaris got an agility nerf, which I sure as hell hope it got hit with the giant, the biggest fucking hammer ever when it comes to agility, because the ship needs to be able to go in straight lines and little else. Otherwise, we will never have capital ship gameplay that is meaningful in the context of gameplay with larger ships, or not larger ships, smaller ships, because Polari being able to do this and Idri being able to do all of this while people are trying to board them and shoot them, that's wrong. It's just wrong. It's wrong. All you should want to do is position capital ships roughly where they need to be. In the case of a torpedo ship, you want to point it in the right direction to fire at other capital ships, and then you let the gunners do their jobs. If you're trying to dogfight in any way, shape, or form with a capital ship, then the design intent is broken. I heard it lost some of its shields, which, to be honest, I think is dumb. But if they're going to give it a big giant hull buff when Maelstrom comes in, but them trying to do that kind of balancing with the freaking Polaris right now is stupid. It's a wasted effort. And they definitely shouldn't be making it less tanky. Make it less nimble. Leave it tanky, make it less nimble. It is, if it doesn't have defenses, it's a target. Let the turrets do their job, right? And leave it tanky. Leave it, whatever. I can't even get into it when it comes to the large ships, because CIG has shown me zero indicator that they have any idea how to balance combat and Star Citizen with only dogfighters. They sure as shit can't do it with the capital ships. They can't. I mean, we're talking about ships that should fly like this, by comparison, right? That's the way they should try and maneuver, by comparison. We're talking about really, really, really sluggish ships, so that the maneuverability that we have with ships like the Arrow and anything slower is meaningful in relation. The only way we're going to get strafing runs for fighters, the only way we're going to get bombers to be able to do their job and hit the shield generators, right? The only way we're going to be able to get all that is if the Polari and the Idrises can't do this. Because if they can do this, all bets are off. Then forget about being able to target individual components. All right. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, you guys. Who else is streaming some Star Citizen? Since we stayed on point today. I don't see anybody smallish that I don't know. So we'll just raid Cutlet probably. Yeah. All right. Let's just raid Space Cutlet. Raid the pirate. Space Cutlet. We're trying really hard to screw that up. Did that work? There we go. We're going to raid Space Cutlet. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm going to try and be back at it again tomorrow. Try and get back into the routine of doing Star Citizen. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate y'all putting up with my tirades and my ranting and everything else. Y'all remember to stay safe and stay healthy, because being sick sucks. And I will see y'all around the verse. All the love. Peace out, guys and gals, and everybody else in between.